And from Dave Small's Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana, this is the PBA50 Dave Small's Lanes Championship Lanes Classic. Day 2 of qualifying, final day of qualifying here. On FloBowling. Bowlers, once again, taking battle on this tough 42-foot Mark Roth pattern. Get your pins early, get them often, because later on in the block they are going to get to be a little tough to get. Definitely a bit of a weather change here in the Anderson area. The temperature's definitely cooled down. Problem is humidity hasn't, and we've already seen some guys like you see there, Brian Miller in 29-30. They're just making sure the footing is not too tacky this morning on the approaches. We had a couple of withdrawals from the event with bowlers with knee ailments, Tom Carter being one of those, where it just got to be a little bit too much pressure on their knee and keeping it safe and sound. And once again, we see somebody going out there with a rag dry towel, a little buff, and hopefully that'll get that approach in shape for that pair on 29-30. Once again, scoring pace here, low to medium, depending on where you're at in the field. Some of the lows are very low, and a lot of the mediums are right around a 200 average. Some guys, though, still hitting them up pretty good, including our leader, Harry Sullins, with the day 1 lead. Sullins with a plus 167 total. Just 3 pins behind is Stoney Baker. Brian LeClaire third, just 4 pins behind Sullins, so a little bit of a grouping there in our top 3. And a 25-pin drop back from LeClaire at plus 163 to Doug Kent in 4th at plus 138. Interesting thing, though, we're taking 32 players after qualifying is done today, plus the extra 8. Those 8 PBA60 players that are closest to 32nd, but outside the top 32. And that cut after yesterday's opening round was Rick Graham, and Rick Graham is at even par. The goose egg, the 0, the nada, the nil, the nilch, the zilch. They ain't got nothing. No positive, no negative, just 0 for Graham. So right on that 200 average for the day. But there are a lot of players in striking distance. You can get down to 54th place, Chris Fedden, and Fedden less than 50 pins outside that cut number. So there will be a battle, a struggle, a grind all day long for these players as they try to battle their way into the top 32. To give you your rundown of the rest of your top 10, we mentioned already Sullins, Baker, LeClaire, and Kent. Ryan Schaefer and Brian Kretzer tied for the 5-6 spot at plus 133. Parker Bone, who you see right here, tied with Don Harrington for the 7-8 spot at plus 130. Walter A. Williams Jr. plus 129. Steve Hoskins 10th plus 123. So once again, the battle's going to be pretty tight all day long for that top 8. It's always important because this is a Matrix of Fairness week here on the PBA50 Tour. And those bowlers that qualify 1st through 8th, they get 2 rounds of bye through the Matrix of Fairness tomorrow and only have to make their way through match play at round 2 to try to get into the stepladder finals. With 97 bowlers that started this event, we'll be cutting the players 9th through 24th into a single round bye. Right now, that 24th position is Doug Henry at plus 49. But once again, plenty of players very close to Henry, including Ricky Schisler, John Marsala, who is our defending champion here, Keith Lesko, James Campbell, Stephen Lewis, all within 30 pins or so of Doug Henry's 24th place position. And Henry got most of his pins to the plus yesterday in a single game. Game 4, he threw a 276, and actually in Game 6 came back with 253. But a couple games in the 160s and a game in the 170s kept the overall total to the plus low for Doug Henry. So some other notables in the field. outside of our top 10. Lenny Boris Jr. 11th, Pete Weber 12th, Michael Huggan Jr. 13th, Bob Learn Jr. 18th, Charlie Tapp in a tie for 19th and 20th. Joel Carlson, our champion in New Jersey earlier this season, in 37th. Ron Moore 39th. Sammy Ventura, who finished second last week, he's in 45th, but once again, this field is so close in the middle of the pack that Ventura is only 25 pins outside of 32nd place, even though he is 45th. And Ventura as well, one of the bowlers eligible for the extra 8. Ventura currently 6th in those standings at minus 25. Right now, the man who's 8th of the extra 8 is Tom Baker at minus 34. Here is Bo Gergen. Bo making as many events as he can outside of his busy schedule working with the Bowling Proprietors Association of Michigan. And now his new task as a USBC board member. Got a chance to talk to Bo a little bit this morning about some of the changes going on in his schedule with that USBC board commitment. Going to take up a little bit of his time, but he's looking forward to it. Gergen finished the day yesterday at minus 16. 41st place, so Gergen, other than missing that 3, 6, 10, pretty good shape getting into today. Spares like that, though, are precious because those guys that kept themselves up in the top 10 yesterday when they were leaving those multiple pin spares, they were converting them at a highly successful rate. As I guarantee you, if you talk to Sullins, Baker, and Leclerc, they weren't throwing any more strikes than some of the other players behind them in the standings. They were just converting a lot more of those spares that were left. Yesterday, 9 spare for half your game and a few strikes interspersed. Definitely was not a bad thing. And once again, we're seeing where it seems like these left lanes on the high end of the center hooking a little bit more than the right lanes. And Dave Small talked about that yesterday, just a characteristic of the house here. Especially when you get up on the high end. No perfect games bowled to this point in the tournament. Had some guys try to make some runs, but saw with Jack Jurek front 5 before he left the single pin. And these players definitely being challenged by this 42-foot Mark Roth pattern. Lower volume than we've seen in any pattern at this point this season, just 20 milliliters of oil in the pattern, and the changes are coming early, often, and you got to stay on top of them. And yeah, do it with the right piece of equipment. Lots of players talking this morning in the pack where right ball, right motion thought they were going to be looking for, but the wrong surface on the ball caused that motion to be off. All of a sudden that ball's rolling up 2 or 3 feet earlier or later than you want to make that move to the pocket. And you could have some designer spares and splits as a result.
Designer?
Well, yeah, like the old 3, 4, 7, 10, things like that. Like something that only a designer would come up with to make people shoot at.
That makes more sense. You said designer, and I was just like, a Louis was the first thing I thought of.
I have seen some bowling-themed purses on women. They've had, pins or balls or graphics like that.
Oh, yeah,
I've
definitely.
seen somebody had another picture yesterday on Facebook. I forgot who it was. And it was high heels that looked like rental shoes.
Oh, I guarantee.
Even with the size number on the back.
I guarantee my mother has one of those on display at Classic.
She doesn't wear them? She doesn't have a pair and wear them?
Oh, I'm sure she's trying to find a way to. I think they're just, as of right now, I think they're just display.
So, yeah, see, we've seen bowling make its way into other fashion statements. Yeah, I don't remember Louis Vuitton designing a bowling-themed outfit or purse.
Well, it's
or
about
Coach
time.
Okay. Well, talk to your designer friends at Coach and Louis Vuitton. And
oh, because I have so many of those. Just tweet at them. Hey, you want to make my next jersey? Thanks.
so there's the man currently in third after day one. Pretty consistent day for Leclerc to get to his plus 163 number. Low game of the day, 191. High game, 246. Only one game under 200. And once again, after the lanes transition in the first couple of games, like I said, you need to get your pins early and often, as it's tough to throw that big game later on in the block, especially after this pattern's torn apart a bit by 4 or 5 players on a pair of lanes for 5 or 6 games before you reach a certain pair. Player trying to gather pins early and often right now is Ricky Schisler. We'll take a peek in over in a little bit on 37 and 38 with Schisler. He's on the front 6. We'll update you as it goes along for a little bit.
So like Gary Alstad on 31 and 32 also has the front 6.
Yeah, well, we can peek in on Allstott momentarily once he gets back up. Allstott want to give a shout out to all the Central Illinois guys watching on FloBowling. There's a lot of people in Central Illinois. You think he would have gotten a little more specific, but
All of them.
Allstott currently just 28 pins outside the number in 46th place at that minus 28. So here is Allstott. "53 years young for Allstott. Started slow yesterday. 165 was his opening game. He's got that beat already in the 7th frame. High game for Allstott yesterday, 226. Low game was at 165. So I hate using that common word grind that everybody's using, but that's what a lot of these players are doing out here. Survive, grind, do what you can. Start a small fire if you have to. Whatever it takes to get the pins you need down to stay in contention this week. You got to find a way to do it, and you got to find a way to do it without thinking you're going to be able to string strikes. You might get a 3-bagger, 4-bagger. That's pretty good. Front 6 here like Schisler has, and like we've seen with Allstott in the front 7, it's pretty precious even at this point in time of the day. It's just going to be tougher and tougher to do as the morning progresses in the afternoon here in Anderson. And there is the front 7 for Schisler. Always good to see Doug Kent out here, PBA Hall of Famer. Sometimes gets to make an escape from running his bowling center in New York State. Get out here and hit some PBA50 tour stops. Pretty good record. This is only his 11th career PBA50 tour stop. Of his 10 previous, he's made match play in 9 of those events. His best finish over the last couple of seasons on the PBA50 tour was 6th last year at the PBA50 South Shore Open. Front 8 for Schisler. A couple of guys making that pursuit of perfection. The dream of a dozen to start the day. Always a good thing to have, especially when you have a scoring pace of an entire event that's running on the lower side like we're seeing here. Jack Jerk, he's going to be stepping up in his 10th frame over on 39 and 40. Jerk's going to have the chance for 279. He's one of those guys sitting right near the cut number this morning. Needing the number 9, gets number 9. Approval from Rick Francis as well. That's the hard part. You get a guy like Francis out there right now who's got a couple doubles up there. Problem is he's taking those right back down the door, right back down with a couple of open frames as well. It's tough to be pacing 190 when you're throwing 5 or 6 strikes a game because you're giving it right back with open frames. Max here for Francis, so he can shoot 220. And Thomas steps out of that one badly. And that's one you don't shoot at very often on a crossover shot. Sometimes you go through the nose, you leave that 3-6-9 or 3-6-9-10 combination, but not on the light crossover. You see Thomas, I don't know if he that stick got to him a little bit or he's talking it over with Jurek. Greg Thomas sitting in 22nd after yesterday's opening day of qualifying at plus 63. Here's Schisler trying to notch number 9 on his score sheet. On line, 10 back. Nothing more needed to be said on that for Schisler. And there's Jurek with the first one in the 10th. With Jurek coming into the day at plus 5. That's a big leap up the scoreboard. That's into most likely single bye territory if he were to just even shoot 200 every game the rest of the way out. Some of the players talking this morning, they thought with as bunches as middle of the field can be and what some of the guys are going to try to do on the scoring pace, we're seeing a lot of players starting farther left than we saw yesterday. This can make life very interesting for the middle of the Packers by the time they get down to games 6, 7, and 8 later today. And Jurek in the 270s just by keeping it on the lane. Allstott yet to step up in the 10th. Schisler yet to stand up in the 10th. So Sullivan 192 is not going to ding him too bad on the scoreboard. Sullivan sitting in 17th place coming into the morning. And now we're going to have a race to see who gets their 10th shot first, Schisler or Allstott. Of course, it's just not really a race. It's just a matter of, thanks to the PBA double jump rule, one of them is going to have to go before the other one. And no, of course, they're going to both go at the same time. So Allstott and Schisler both on the approach at the same time. Schisler just started, Allstott on the way. And Allstott got his, Schisler didn't. Allstott yet to throw a perfect game in his PBA career. No, pardon me. He did have one 2 years ago in the Villages on the PBA50 Tour. So looking for his second. Is the head pin going to do the damage? Yes, it will. They always say the 11th one's the toughest one to get. Well, after that shot, this 12th one would think should be much easier to go down. As Allstott looking for that leap well up in the standings with this opening game, as he can go from minus 28 to plus 72 in one fell swoop based on this shot. Little tentative getting to the line, but he gets all 10 to go. Career PBA 300 number 2 for Gary Allstott. And hey, they came in bunches last week in day 2. Michael Haugen Jr. started the day with back-to-back 300s. We'll have to see if Gary Allstott can do the same thing. As we'll get another game of Gary Allstott in 35 and 36. We get some player movement. And game 2 of this PBA 50 Dave Small's Championship League Classic will roll on. Thanks again to Dave Small and his great staff here for all their hospitality this week in Anderson, Indiana.
game 2 of round 2 of qualifying down here in Anderson, Indiana at Championship Lanes Classic. We'll get you your standings momentarily as they come to us. Starting to feel a little nicer in the center. I'm starting to feel a breeze back here in the booth myself. I'm hoping the bowlers start to feel that as well. Know what that's like, sweating buckets out there on the approaches.
So we had 8 games of qualifying yesterday. We had 1 game of qualifying this morning. Last time I checked my math, that's 8 plus 1 is 9.
9 is correct.
9 games of qualifying to this point, and Jenna Dereshevsky, who is in our top 10 here at the Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic presented by Rotogrip.
Like Harry Solons is still leading the pack for our first place spot, currently with plus 203. The second place spot is to Brian Kretzer with plus 170. Parker Bone third is our third place spot with plus 153, followed very closely behind by Lenny Borsch Jr. with plus 152. Fifth place spot is for Ryan Schaefer for plus 146. And Ryan Leclerc right behind him, very close again, plus 145 for our sixth place spot. Doug Kent and Stoney Baker are tied for 7th and 8th, respectively, with plus 141. Steve Hoskins is in our 9th place spot with plus 135, and right behind him is Bill Watson with plus 134. And that'll wrap up your top 10 for our 9 games.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting. The 2 guys, the 3 players that had really big scores in Game 1, Schisler's 277 moved him all the way up to 15th. Jurek's 277 moved Jurek all the way up to 20th. And Allstott with his perfect game was minus 28 coming in. Now well entrenched inside the top 32 in 22nd at plus 72. Problem is that cut only moved 14 pins between Game 1 and Game 2, and I think we're going to start to see that back up. Obviously, guys are on their first pair of lanes, actually a little more than 15 minutes of practice this morning. They had to deal with a breakdown on one pair that was fixed very quickly by the staff here at Championship Lanes. And yesterday we saw the cut kind of move up early and then just kind of gradually fall back during the day. I think we're going to see that cut being to the minus by the time we're done today.
I wouldn't doubt it. With how the lanes broke down yesterday, moving into today, the guys having a different mindset and how they're going about the pattern, and especially the atmosphere in the center, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think that cut's going to drop.
So Tap, Keys, Foley, Moore, and there once again you see Keys just with the not sure what you're going to do sometimes from shot to shot with your stick and your slide, or your slide and your stick, or your stick slide, stick, stick, slide, stick, slide, slide. It's beautiful. Some of the bowlers as they walk by and hear my commentary, every once in a while.
Just see a couple eyebrows just go up.
Oh, yeah. And, Al Hardesty was just walking by, and he kind of started doing the same thing I was talking about with the stick and slide in front of the booth. That was quite amusing. So bowlers looking to get through this second day of qualifying. Matrix of Fairness Day tomorrow here from Championship Lanes in Anderson. Good morning, Mr. Small. Don't look so happy to be here. Wow, Angie didn't even bother waiting for you. Wow, look at that. Apparently, management powwow here outside the door. Championship Lanes, Angie Collop, the center manager, Dave Small. Oh, now they're coming back in. That was a quick meeting. Just a couple of words. It's all you need sometimes to get an idea across. Amelia Mora, he's a long way back. He would need a huge day. It's going to be tough to do that on a day like today. Try to get in the competition even for an extra 8 spot that he's eligible for. One guy doing very well at this point, however, is a man who's deciding he's going to bowl on his correct lane. That would be Charlie Tapp. As he waves the pair to his left up. Tapp currently sitting in 26th overall, plus 48, but then again, being of a PBA50 membership, Tapp eligible for the extra 8 if he were to fall out of the top 32 proper. So Tapp with a little bit of cushion, but you know, he's not thinking cushion. He's thinking bowl a little better, get in that 9th through 24th and get the morning off. No one likes to show up for Cash's round. I know I don't. Jenna, this is your second event with Matrix of Fairness. Are you a fan of Cash's round? Now, I'm a fan of the bowling and the bowlers, don't get me wrong. I'm just not a fan of 8:30 a.m. local time showing up for Cash's round.
Of the time, yeah.
I mean, poor Angie Collop, the manager, she's going to have to be here like 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to get ready for Cash's round.
You say that like we don't have to be here by like
we got to be here like, well, we'll be here 7-ish. I mean, we can't let, you know, we got to make that Waffle House stop first.
Oh, of course.
So.
Us poor Wisconsinites need our Waffle House fix.
Yeah, boy, you tell people you don't have Waffle House in Wisconsin. Wow, those Southerners really jump on you.
Honestly.
How do you live without Waffle House? Well, see, that we appreciate it more, though, when we're out in areas where Waffle House is then available to us.
Right, like any tourist stop in the southern state, Waffle House prices just skyrocket because we flood them.
Right. So, I mean, that's probably one of the main reasons why Wisconsinites, they don't leave for the weather for Florida in the winter. They leave for the Waffle House.
We go for food.
Yeah, they just go right for, you know, you want to get a good, you know, all-American breakfast. Get your waffle, your bacon, your eggs, your toast. You got to get it at Waffle House, and that's you can't get that in Wisconsin during the winter. Nothing makes you feel better than a good hearty breakfast and 20 below conditions, and since you can't get that there, you may as well just move to Florida and get the Waffle House. Just because it's 70 in the winter, that's just a side benefit to Waffle House. Once again, you see, as bowlers progress from pair to pair, never easy to keep the momentum going. Allstott here. Just one strike through his first 6 frames. Couple 9 counts, couple splits. And one open. And you can't be throwing any 9 splits on your scoreboard right now. And Allstott, no problem. Keeping his single pin conversion rate today at 100%. Of course, when you don't have to shoot any single pins the first game with shooting 300, it's easy in game 2 to keep your single pin spare percentage at 100%. That's something you don't see that often on a tight line like that for Parker. With the solid 8-pin. Well, somebody found a little bit of magic moving pairs. Lenny Bohr started with the front 5 before leaving a 4-pin on 29-30, but let's count the other front fives we can see in the 20 lanes or so visible on the scoreboards to us here in the FloZone booth. I see that solo front five. So once again, Lane can stay clean. Even from right there, you stay clean, you're going to put 230, maybe even 240 in the books if you sneak another double. You're gaining pins on the field. You're leaving yourself in good shape. Everybody's gunning for that top 8 right now. I guarantee you nobody's thinking about leading qualifying. All they're thinking about, because it's Matrix of Fairness week, is getting that top 8, get the 2 rounds of buys to 3:15 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, get some rest. Right now, Lenny Borsch sitting in 4th at plus 152. Lenny can well entrench himself in that top 8. So once again, if you're leading qualifying after day 2, that and $7.19 get you a 2-egg breakfast at Waffle House down the street here in Anderson. That's about all leading qualifying's worth, because you're starting that match play round 2 tomorrow, the same as your 7 other top qualifiers and the 8 players that advance from match play round 1, and that total you're starting with. What's that total again, Jenna?
0. The goose egg.
Yes. 0 is your total when you start every round in the Matrix of Fairness. Does not matter what you've done previous in the event. The Matrix of Fairness does not care about your past achievements. The Matrix of Fairness is all about your present bowling scores.
Yeah, I blank faced because I was like, what did you call it earlier? Oh, a goose egg. Could be any kind of egg, really.
Zilch, nada, nil, goose egg, void.
The void.
That'd be null, actually. Well, null or void, or null and void, would be an empty set.
Just imagining the qualifying round just being the void. All bowlers start in the void.
That's very true.
You crawl your way out.
I feel like sometimes here in the FloZone we are in the void.
Kinda.
Which is better than avoiding the Noid, but I don't know if you're old enough to remember the Noid.
Definitely not.
Okay. But you remember what it was about, don't you, the Noid? It was a Domino's pizza campaign about bad pizza.
Oh, okay.
And you wanted to avoid the Noid to get your Domino's.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, it was a cartoonish looking with floppy ears. I'm sure I can find a picture of the Noid here somewhere.
Oh, I've definitely seen that before. It's unsettling, but I've definitely seen it before.
If you want to care to show everybody what the Noid looks like, there is the Noid. Dear Domino's, I'll take the 30 cents for giving me a little promo on air here.
At least some free breadsticks.
What bowler looks like the Noid? Let's have a contest.
What
bowler looks like the Noid? I don't know. That's.
I'm bad at this.
Yeah, I got a local guy I can use back in Milwaukee, but I can't really use a. She can't. Yeah, I can't do that to that individual person. I just said it was a she too, so now I feel really bad.
Uh-oh.
That knocks down the number of people it could be in about half. just typing who looks like the Noid in Google, and apparently nobody looks like the Noid.
Even Google can't answer this for us.
All right, here we go. Let's play a game. If you type in bowling is in Google, what are the top 5 answers that you get back on Google that pre-fill when you say bowling is?
I'm going to go bowling is a sport.
That's 1.
Bowling is not a sport.
That's 2.
Bowling is hard.
It's there, but it's outside the top 5. It's actually in the number 7 position.
Bowling is dumb.
No, bowling, that is not in the top 5.
Okay.
One of them you'll never get. So number 5 was bowling aisle, followed by bowling island.
Sounds like a place I'm not sure I want to be at.
Yeah. So bowling is a sport, number 1. Bowling is not a sport, number 4. Bowling aisle, number 5. So we need numbers 2 and 3 on the list. Bowling is blank. And they're very short words. I'll give you, it's not a phrase that's left. It's a 1 word each, very short words, 4 letters or less.
But so is IS part of the words?
No, bowling is, and
space?
then bowling is, and then space, and then blank.
And
Bowling
then 2
is.
short words.
Right.
Bowling is fun.
That's number 3. Not death, but
Bowling is life.
bowling is life. Number. Yep.
Every sport has that saying somewhere.
Yeah. Baseball is life. Football is life. Yeah. Bowling is life is number 2.
Ball is life.
Right. So, bowling is my kind of game was number 8. Bowling is dying is number 9.
No, it's not. The center's full.
Right. And bowling is expensive is number 10, which it
Not
can't.
incorrect.
Which it can be with equipment and such, but there's ways to get around that. So it can be expensive, but well, it all. My liquor intake at league is more than my league fees, but that's a whole other story. That's a personal problem more than anything.
Oh. Well.
So that's why bowling's expensive for me. I mean, I haven't bought a new ball in about 3 seasons.
I think I get a new one. I think I get a new 1 or 2 every season.
Yeah. I just am not home enough.
And yeah, I still don't average outside of 198 usually, or higher at least.
I bowl with guys that it's a fun night out, and we bowl with guys that drink nacho cheese through a straw. You know you're in with the right group of guys. So
you also know you're in a bowling center in Milwaukee.
Right.
That you're drinking nacho cheese out of a straw.
Through a straw. So our leader, Brian Leclerc, he just got done on 39-4 with 224 game, and once again, kept it clean early, found something, 8th, 9th, and 10th frames, punched out for that 220. That's the difference between these middle-of-the-pack guys right now and these guys that are in the top 10. They're finding something, but they're keeping the game clean. Lenny Borsch right now, he's outside of our camera range. We'll get him the next couple of games here in Flow Zone. Lenny started with the front 5, working and keeping it clean. He's going to have a tough time in his 9th frame because he's just left the 3-6-10, and on this Mark Roth pattern, those cross-lane spares are far from easy. So we're going to look at Lenny Borsch soon. We're going to look at quite a few other players. There's going to be a little larger movement into and out of the Flow Zone in this game as we're wrapping up our second game of this 8-game qualifying block. She's Jenna Dereshevsky.
Sure am.
I'm Phil Brylow.
Sure is.
And game 3 coming up next.
Well, here we are, Game 3, Day 2 of qualifying here at Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. Get you your top 10 score updates the minute we get them. Of course, you can always check for them as well yourself at PBA as well as FloBowling.com. Got some new faces coming through here in the flow zone. We'll get you some look at some of the bowling action going on here around the center as always. Starting to chill out a little bit in here. Very slowly but surely. Once again.
Like the temperature or the vibe?
Both.
For the chill out. Okay. Oh, okay.
Both.
I like that. The chill out.
Let's chill out.
Yeah, definitely a mid-7. I think a nice little step outside the door between games here. Got a little fresh air and definitely still a bit on the humid side, but definitely almost 20 degrees cooler than it was this time yesterday here in Anderson.
Yeah, yesterday leaving the center was unbearable.
Yeah. And with it being a Monday, many people at work early in the day, so the crowd a little lighter than we saw yesterday here in the bowling center, but we know that crowd's going to be big tomorrow night.
Oh,
a lot of people coming up from the greater Indianapolis metropolitan area to watch the championship finals. That stepladder begins tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern time, your start from here at Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana for the PBA Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic, as we will determine who wins that championship after 4 championship stepladder matches are bowled. Let's just try to see how many times I can throw the word championship in one sentence. I got the 5 or 6 there. It wasn't bad.
We are at Championship Lanes. It's probably a requirement.
Custom masking units here. Dave Small has custom masking units in every one of his centers. That kind of goes with the area of Indiana the center is in. Heritage Lanes has a lot of stuff for the Kokomo area. Here in Anderson, a lot. Used to be a pretty major automobile manufacturing hub until the downturn of the auto industry in the 80s and 90s. Area, though, starting to bounce back nicely as they start to repurpose some of those former auto parts plants. Fort Wayne, we'll have some highlights of Fort Wayne. I'm looking to see what the mask units are going to be at Jack 60 in Jackson, Michigan. What kind of local highlights are featured on the masking units there.
It's a good way to get to know the area if you're traveling. You don't really leave the center like me. Last 2 events, it's like, oh yeah, here I am in Indiana. I haven't done a whole lot, which, you know, that's on me. I haven't gone on my way to find stuff to do, but plenty of locals who have been coming to the events have been filling me in here and there and some stuff. Someone yesterday was like, "You're not from Anderson, so I'm gonna give you a free joke." Probably like 30 minutes before we started. It's like, okay. Unfortunately, I don't remember what the joke was. See if I can come up sometime today and I can repurpose it.
I was going to say if it smelled like cheese and beer, it would remind me of Milwaukee, but it definitely doesn't do that around Anderson. Any place I go, if I smell cheese and beer at the same time, reminds me of home.
I feel like that's what a lot of people say.
Hey, 10-game scoring total in at PBA.com through the live scoring link and through the results tab at FloBowling.com. Jenna, who do we have sitting on top of our leaderboard?
We've got a new leader, and it's Ryan Schaefer. Ryan Schaefer is sitting at our first place spot with plus 191. Ryan Kretzer's right behind him with plus 188 in our second place spot. Harry Solins is still in our top 10. He's now in the third place spot with plus 187. Bill Watson is our fourth place spot with plus 180. Lenny Borsch Jr., who did move into our flow zone coverage pair, he is in our fifth place spot with plus 175. Ryan LeClaire is also still in our top 10 with plus 169 for our sixth place spot. Doug Kent is our seventh place spot with plus 168. Ricky Schisler is our eighth place spot with plus 151. Stony Baker, plus 145 for our 9th place spot, and Parker Bone III is plus 143 to wrap up our top 10 for 10 games of qualifying here in Anderson at our Championship Lanes Classic.
Some notables just outside the top 10, and you can't get any more notable than Pete Weber and Walter Ray Williams Jr. They're tied for 11th and 12th at plus 139. And the interesting part of this right now is this field is still so close that we've got Ricky Schisler in 8th at plus 151. You know, if somebody like Don Harrington comes out, shoots a 240 game, it's currently in 16th position, and Schisler just kind of goes, 190. They're going to, you know, switch places on the leaderboard, or at least maybe not switch places, but at least Harrington's going to jump ahead of Schisler on the leaderboard. And, you know, that all-important top 8, something tells me that as much as we can try by game 8 today, try to follow what bowlers might be in, what bowlers might be out, it's going to be pretty impossible to do with 94 players still active in this field.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite a toss around, I think, all day today. Probably won't be until 6 or 7 game we'd be like, okay, maybe these 4, but we don't know. I mean, last event we had Michael Hawkins Jr. just suddenly jump into Casher's round cut, no problem with his first 2 games.
And then hang on for dear life the rest of the way.
Yeah.
So Lenny Boris looking for a little redemption from last week, as he had made it into match play round 2, and he was in 4th position with just the 5th and 6th games remaining. And unfortunately for Lenny, he ended up having both of those games on lanes 15 and 16 that played very tough all week long, and the 2 games Lenny had on that pair dropped him back.
They were, yeah.
From 4th place to 8th.
Yeah, that was the make or break pair last week. That one, every set bowled on that pair was low scores. Whoever kind of just outplayed 1 or 2 shots took the match.
So 25 years ago this week, on the PBA Tour was in Tucson, Arizona, and the late, great Golden Pin Lanes, who just recently closed up shop, hosted the $100,000 Tucson Open. And a couple of players in our field here today battled in the championship match. And it's a couple of players that are right next to each other on the leaderboard today as well. Walter Ray Williams Jr. and Steve Hoskins battled it out. Hoskins came out on top 207 to 195. That was Hoskins' 3rd of his 10 PBA Tour titles, won 25 years ago this week in Tucson. And right now, Hoskins sitting in 13th on the leaderboard here in Anderson at plus 133, just 6 pins behind Walter Williams Jr. and Pete Weber, those gentlemen tied at 11th and 12th at plus 139. So there you go, 25 weeks ago in PBA history. This week, Steve Hoskins took another title down. Donald Hogue, solid day yesterday for Hogue. Got the plus 84. He's 15 over for his first two today. He's in 19th, plus 99, so he's one of those guys fighting to stay in the top 24. Make sure you get yourself a bye. This is Hogue's first PBA 50 National Tour event. Bowls a lot of the regional events. Took a few years off from the PBA. Early in the decade, but he's back. A couple of regionals last year. And his best regional finish to date so far in 2019 was in Lorain, Ohio, where Hogue finished in 6th position in that PBA 50 regional event. Bob Learn Jr. sitting at 20th currently. He's been fighting a hamstring leg injury most of the season. I think he's finally got his wheels back underneath him pretty well. No, he's giving us some issues with leverage at a couple of the East Coast Tour stops. Bob with a nice finish last week in Hammond. And does not get the ball to come back. Once again, you see sometimes footwork biting bowlers in the backside today. That time it does it for Learn Jr. Bob finished 6th last week, just missing stepladder finals in Hammond. Best finish of the season at this point in 2019. Just got word in from our mystery roving reporter, Don Breeden. Sitting currently in 23rd at plus 65. He is working on greatly improving that number. He's down in lanes 19 and 20. He just threw his 7th consecutive strike at the beginning of the game. We'll keep you updated on his path towards perfection. There we go. Let's play the game again. Let's Google bowling. I don't know if that's an actual game. I'm calling it that. Let's Google bowling.
Great.
There we go. If we type in the words can bowling, what are the top 3 things that show up for the rest of that particular topic? Can bowling.
Oh, God. Can bowling be in the Olympics?
Not in there.
I feel like that's more of our niche community talking than Google.
It's very interesting, the first one. We've had some bowlers experience this week. Not our people that have withdrawn, but they have experienced due to repetitive motion over their
Can bowling
careers.
hurt?
Can bowling cause neck pain or back pain?
What?
That is one of the top 3.
Oh, I suppose all the self-diagnosers out there.
Right.
Why does my finger hurt? I
Right.
threw a bowling ball.
Yes. So can bowling cause back pain or bowling cause neck pain? The other, we'll use those as, we'll call that as one particular of the top 3. But the other 2 have to do with some of the equipment used in the game.
Oh,
So can bowling, and then
can bowling balls float?
close. It is can bowling balls for both number 1 and number 3. Just have to figure out the rest of the statement. So now it's can bowling balls.
Can bowling balls crack?
We'll give you that one. Bowling balls break. That'd be number 3. Can bowling balls break? And now, interesting, you're still looking for the number 1. Can bowling balls?
Oh, I don't even know where to go with this one.
Yeah, it's one I wouldn't have thought of, and I can't believe it's typed in that much to be the number 1 pre-fill on Google when you type in can bowling or can bowling balls. In this case, are you thoroughly stumped?
I think so.
Can bowling balls be recycled?
What?
Yes, is the number 1 Google search for can bowling.
Oh, that's like the Marie Kondo. Like, does this bring me joy? Can I get rid of this?
According to, I'm not going to deal with How, as being, the be-all, end-all of information about recycling bowling balls. Some people use them for garden decorations. Some people recycle them through youth programs. They'll give their older equipment away so that youth bowlers in high school and middle school programs can use it.
I know I've done that.
So.
I guess that's where my brain goes for recycling as well. But my brain also goes to disposing recycling, like
Right.
make this into something else.
Right. Repurpose.
Yes.
Not recycle. So, yeah, modern bowling balls, because of the urethanes and plasticizers rule in them, even though it's plasticizer plastic, you hear plastic recycle, cannot be recycled. So if you were to throw a bowling ball in a recycling bin, they would promptly take that then and remove it into a landfill. So once again, there is. What does Google pre-fill about bowling?
Oh.
And the number 1 topic on can bowling, it is can bowling balls be recycled.
That's so weird because right as you started Googling, I was just thinking about, like, I need to get a concrete list together of how to, when we were talking about, like, new equipment, of how to make my equipment last longer, that I don't pick up, like, a new ball a season. That's something I need to sit down with one of these guys here who runs a pro shop or, has been doing this for so long.
Right. Proper maintenance
Yeah.
of your existing bowling equipment.
Yeah,
Good.
like teach me resurfacing and not just like baking and throwing it in the dishwasher.
Yeah, because that always works for everyone. You've seen some of those horror pictures of bowling ball experiments gone bad with trying to get oil out of a bowling ball by putting it in an oven or in a dishwasher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some. There's been some horror stories out there. That one thing that's not a horror story is qualifying. It may be horrific for some players, but it's not a horror story. And they're finishing game 3. Game 4 coming up next here from the PBA50 Dave Smalls Championship Lanes Classic, presented by Rotogrip. And day 2 qualifying. Going to let us know who's going to be our top 32 and our extra 8 for tomorrow's Matrix of Fairness competition. Entering game 4 of this qualifying round. Going to be interesting to see. We're going to have Walter Ray Williams coming into play. And it'd be interesting to see if Walter Ray is switched to two-handed yet. Started the day one-handed. He made that switch yesterday as well. Looks like he just went to get a new piece of equipment in the bag. And he'll be ready to step up for his second frame shortly. He struck in the first frame. So it must have been something in the ball reaction he didn't like. And we'll see if, I can't tell from here if it's got a thumb drilled in it or not. Obviously, easiest way to tell whether he's going one-handed or two-handed. They still do have the option of the weight hole until August 1st, 2020. Seeing a lot of players starting to get away from that. Some players still using it to make adjustments in the dynamics of their bowling balls. And technically, right now, it's still legal if you had a bowling ball drilled without a fourth hole and you stick your 2 fingers in 2 finger holes and no thumb in the thumb hole. That still counts as the weight hole. And that ball would still be legal until August 1st, 2020. You're late. I know you're working, Dave. It's just, I understand. We just had you in the booth game 3 yesterday.
Huh?
We had you in the booth game 3 yesterday. It's game 4 today. That's okay. I like variety. Variety's never a bad thing. Let's get your cord loosened a little bit here, and now let's get you up and live. And good morning, Mr. Small.
Shalom and renew.
Mazel tov as well.
Ah, yes.
Day 2 here
More bowling.
in Anderson. More qualifying.
More bowling.
A 300 though earlier today.
Oh, I'm.
So who's in the lead between the 3 of us in the booth? There's somebody in the lead.
That would be Jen.
That would be Jenna. She did.
She took 1.
Yeah. And we had a couple of guys on the front 9 as well.
Yeah, they actually decided to bowl today.
Well, early on.
Yeah. Don't worry, the scores will come plummeting down here in a little bit.
That's right. As they move along, waiting on that Game 11 score update. The one thing that is fun to see right now, though, is because of the scoring pace, the field's nice and tightly packed. There can be guys that can move 15 to 20 spots on the leaderboard shooting a 250 game. That's going to make it exciting as we get near the cut number.
Absolutely.
Later today. Sometimes it's not about the size of the scores. It's about how the scores are arranged on your scoreboard.
Kind of glad we got that wave in.
I'm so glad that we clarified that.
Absolutely.
Because I'm about size. I like big numbers.
Area code scores, as they used to call them.
I like area codes.
Yeah, well, we're seeing a few bowlers out here with some good scores. We're also seeing a few bowlers that if you read their score sheet for the entire game, you can pass your 8-year eye exam for the DMV.
It's a shame.
Well, not everybody can crush them all the time.
Like me, I'm still leading. I haven't touched the ball. Makes me the best. Bitter party of one. Yeah, it's like some of the crankers are starting to come up, and some of the boys that can punch it pretty hard are coming up, and there's still some straight players coming up, and I think it'll be I think it's going to be a nice day tomorrow. Nice day tomorrow. So how is everybody? Did we enjoy ourselves last night? Did we?
Yeah, we stayed local. Sorry to make it up. I don't know if you made it over to the Hoosier Downs track with some of the players. I didn't get a chance to make it. I had to fight Brian LeClaire to get at the laundry at the hotel. He got there first. So I just enjoyed a quick dinner at BW3's and then enjoyed some baseball and television.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I went to the casino last night.
Did it treat you well?
It actually beat me up last night. I felt like I was bowling out on these lanes. Normally it's pretty good to me, but not last night. Last night I was a little disappointed. But it happens. If you won every time, they wouldn't exist.
You're still an active PBA member?
Yeah.
Oh, when's the last time we shoot up here? 2014.
2014.
44th place in Lafayette, Indiana.
I rocked it out that day.
Well, Phil, to answer your question,
Uh-oh.
Walter Ray Williams Jr. is not two-handing just yet.
Not just yet.
Not just yet.
Were you impressed by that 300 a couple of weeks ago in Minnesota, Dave, when you saw the video of that?
I got a slow clapped it. No, actually, I was extremely impressed. The guy is, 59 almost?
59.
Are you still looking at my PBA record? Get out of there.
Yeah, it's not as long of a PB record as I thought it was going to be.
You have to go a long way back.
I guess so.
Long way back.
We'll have to go to where they wrote it on papyrus, I guess.
Pretty much.
Yeah, That's the only Dave Small. Well, I'll have to go digging through the paper records.
You'll have to go through paper records
Sitting
to
in
see
Chicago somewhere.
stuff. But I'm a 200 average bowler in the tour. You know,
I saw that 201 average
I tell you.
in your regional career.
Yeah, not bad.
So,
Not a lot of guys can say that.
no,
That they average deuce every time they go out.
I sure can't. Far from deuce for me.
You know.
I had them whitewash my PBA record.
That was sudden.
Hi, Ed Silva.
He does not look happy at this moment.
Nah, he'll be fine. Some of these guys. Oh, and I hope tonight you guys got to stay for the triathlon tonight.
Oh, do tell. Do
Yeah.
tell.
We're having triathlon tonight, which is blind draw doubles. We normally on Monday nights here have bags, bowling, and billiards, and it's teams. 2 games of pool, 2 games of bag, 3 games of Baker bowling.
Okay.
And what we're going to do tonight, we normally get 20 teams for the event. It's hysterical. It's so much fun. And what we're going to do tonight is the guys are going to join us, and we're going to do a blind draw doubles with our regular guys that play. So it's going to be a blind draw with the pros, and probably going to be a good prize fund of almost $600 or $700 tonight.
Jeez.
So we're hoping we get about 20 to 30 of the guys that decide that want to come out and play with us tonight. This is I tell you what, this is the Midwest. We know how to play some bags.
2 games of billiards, alternate shot, and you alternate with your teammate.
Yep.
Bags, obviously you play facing each other across the
Yep.
bags field of play.
And then 3 games of Baker bowling.
So how is this particular then scored? Just wins or losses against whoever you may be bowling?
Wins or losses, total points, and that's how they do it. It's a lot of fun. I love the triathlon.
So how do you get total points in pool? You knock in 8 bowling.
Get 2 points for pool.
Okay.
Get your total points for bags and your total points for bowling.
Okay.
And they add them all up, and there you go.
All right.
Sounds like I'm in college again.
It's fun.
The rec center at where I went to college, you had the lanes down low, you had the pool tables leading up to the lanes, and then in the hallway across from where the rec center's entrance was ping pong.
There you go.
So you would trade out
now we're
bags for
talking.
ping pong, and that was like the second week of the fall semester was like a triathlon night where you'd build a team, and so naturally the guys in the bowling club tried to get a team together, but everyone in the rec knew all of them. Was like, nope, you have to go split up between all the teams because we're not having the Baker thing happening down here.
And we'll just bowl on whatever's left out there for tonight.
Oof.
So that's normally Monday nights. We also have the youth scratch league here. It's usually 31 to 44, and we're going to put them out on this tonight. Let them bowl on that. So we'll basically have full house of bowling.
Nice.
Bags and fun tonight. So we're hoping some of the guys decide to stick around and have a good time with us.
What's the adult beverage special?
Lord only knows.
On Tuesdays.
Who knows? It's Monday.
That's it.
On Monday. That's right. Jeez.
I don't know. I'd have to
These days
look.
are blending together.
I'd have to look. I'm not sure.
I know it's day 2 of qualifying. That
It feels like day
etched-
3. but
etched
it's
in my
day
brain.
2.
Well, day 3 would be the matrix of fairness.
Fairness. Did you turn me down for that? That
No.
was wrong.
No, I turned you.
Fairness.
Just changing it.
Oh, you're just changing the.
Oh,
Stop playing with my ears.
Oh.
God,
hate
don't
that
do
feeling.
that. God, I feel like I'm flying or something.
Let's go back to the 60s. A little psychedelic rock.
Thanks. But yeah, that'll be fun tonight to see who wants to join and have a good time with us. And
Yeah, it's fun when you get to mix bowling with other sports for a little competition. I used to, a friend of mine used to run a biathlon with golf and bowling. And it was your 3-game bowling score with handicap, and then you subtracted your golf score times 4 points for each stroke you took on the golf course
oh,
to
jeez.
determine the winner. So still, if you were a terrible golfer but a really good bowler, you could still get away with it. And if you were, and they handicapped it, they handicapped it something semi-ridiculous as well. So it gave the good golfers that weren't really bowlers a chance to. I think we handicapped it off at like 250 or something, something obscene like that.
There's nothing wrong with that. Some leagues you need that today.
Yeah.
When you bowl in a Dave Small house, you're going to score. Hate to say it.
that a challenge?
Oh, heck no. I make them easy. I just don't follow the USBC's new guidelines.
Well,
You will never not bowl in a bowling center at Dave Small's house where there's not a minimum of 3 units of oil outside.
the new guideline is just there's no guideline.
Exactly. I ain't going to do that.
Once again-
Why burn your surface up?
Once again, it's a null void set. No matter how you address that situation, you're following the guideline, even though you're not following the guideline.
I'm not putting oil out. Screw that. Get enough problems keeping your surface looking halfway respectable. Not putting any oil out somewhere. Ugh, no way.
So Brendan Birch.
God, those pants are ugly.
It doesn't quite. It wouldn't go with my pink sport coat real well.
Actually,
No
it
doubt.
would because your
You think
sport
so?
coat is salmon.
Yeah, but those are a little more towards the orange than the salmon side of.
I bet it would look like a
Color
great
wheel.
leisure suit together.
I don't know. We can give Brendan my coat, and he can throw it on for a second and model.
It's pretty close. Actually, that is pretty close.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get him between games. I'll see if. I
Oh,
can
yeah. I'm sure he'll just love to do that
Brendan?
between games.
Oh, sure.
Brendan's not exactly. Did you know he used to be a prison guard?
Yes.
He knows how to use handcuffs and a baton. Those are two things that make me want to say, hey, Daddy, how are you?
Knew that was coming.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, at least you got rid of the pepper spray. So.
Yeah, you know how that goes.
Well, somebody that's not spraying the lane right now, that's Walter Ray Williams Jr., front four. And they were all well packed in the pocket.
I'm refraining.
That's fine.
I'm behaving.
So we bringing in extra seating tomorrow night, bleachers. I mean, it's a little different look that we have here on the concourse here in Anderson with your full remodel. Last year we had the wall that kind of divided the settee area from the fans. That wall now down and gone.
Yes, it was.
And
Thank God.
yeah, so now bleachers or additional seating or moving chairs around.
We'll just move everything around. It'll be nice and easy. We'll have about 200 people here tomorrow night, so.
All right, so we all just stand next to each other, hold hands, and sing Kumbaya.
Pretty much.
Oh, yeah, always.
That's the way it's supposed to be. You think I'm bringing in bleachers to tear up this new carpet? Heck no. Not a chance.
Well,
Last time they sent a set in that didn't even have wheels. It's like, what is this?
yeah.
How do you move these things? It doesn't happen. So you guys get to see me 3 more times after this. 2 times in Jackson, 1 time at Fort Wayne.
Yeah, well, Jeff Goodger only gets to see it twice. I know he's
I
really
love my
disappointed
Jeff.
in that.
Love my Jeff.
So everybody will get a little bit of Jeff Goodger in Grand Rapids, however,
No.
when we go up to Spectrum Lanes in Wyoming.
Whatever. I don't get my Jeff. I'm not happy.
I'm still waiting for the I Heart Jeff T-shirts that you have always promised.
Well, you
Never
know,
seen.
I lied.
Oh.
I lied. I'm pretty good at that. I'm pretty good at that. Now, Jeff was supposed to make those, actually, now that I think about it. I was supposed to get
Was
the
he?
I Heart Jeff.
Okay. Well, I'll remind him of that next time I see him. Well, actually, we'll see him at the same time when we're in Jackson, because I'm not going to make it to Grand Rapids. I'm going to Houston to cover the PBA PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer mixed doubles here on FloBowling.
That'll be a fun week.
Yeah, it's a good competition, PBA and PWBA titles for the winners if they're members, and a great charity event run by Donna Connors and her great staff down at Copperfield Bowl. Looking forward to covering that event for the first time here on FloBowling. Well, it was on last year, just somebody else was covering it. It's like the old story, I had a job, I lost my job. Well, I didn't really lose my job. I know where it is. There's just somebody else doing it now.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of that same story. So
That's how it works. So our beautiful fans out there, we have 3 very talented people sitting right here talking to you and probably boring you to death right now.
Oh, not anymore. Hold on. We're gonna play a game here.
Or so
I was going
me
to say,
than you
so
two.
why don't you hit us up on Facebook, ask us some questions, and we'll be glad to respond to those
Well,
questions.
well-
And if Phil picks them up and cannot answer the question, he will send you a signed $2 bill,
Jeez.
$2 Brylo bill.
Well, then you better.
Oh, I got to go on that one. Bye.
Yeah, you better find me a bank somewhere and go make a withdrawal at. I mean, I got a few on me, so.
So hit us up on Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, Foursquare. What else? Instagram. Hit us up. Talk to us. We're here. We love to talk. I know I do. Jenna, she's a little quiet, but she's kind of cute. You guys would like her.
Oh.
She's kind of cute. She's blonde, cute little smile.
All right.
She's got that devilish look in her eye.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
There's a scheme behind those eyes somewhere. All right, Dave. Here we go.
Wow.
We're playing the
okay.
game. What's next on Google? Okay, this is what's next on Google. So here we've typed in a statement, and you have to determine what the next part of the statement pre-fills in on Google if you select it. So I've just done do bowling balls, and then there's the top 3 answers on what fills in after do bowling balls. So what do you think would be one of those top 3 answers?
Do bowling balls really weigh 16 pounds?
That is not there in the top 3.
Ah, okay. Do bowling balls... well, this is kind of like an action verb kind of thing.
Sure.
It's a... Jenny, you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
Do bowling balls... Do they roll?
That is not there as well.
Do they have holes in them?
Also, not there.
Okay,
That's
I
your
am over this
third
game
strike.
already.
There's your third
Playing
strike.
this earlier was like, some things were obvious, some things were completely like would have never thought of it. in
Do
1,000
bowling
years.
balls...
Wear out is number 3. Do bowling balls wear out?
Okay.
Dumb.
Do bowling balls go bad is number 2.
I love
Same
it.
thing as number 2, as number 3.
I love the wording on that. Do they go bad? Do they have expiration?
So you can tell the bowlers and the non-bowlers each typing in that statement.
Okay, what's number 1?
Do bowling balls float?
I asked that one earlier for a different question. It was
All right,
not
that is all right, Phil. I'm going to be honest here. That is the stupidest game I think we've ever played.
Now, here's the question for you then. To build on that,
Oh, jeez.
do bowling balls float?
No.
Yes or no?
No. I've got 4 boat anchors with bowling balls.
What's the weight of those bowling balls, however?
16 pounds.
All bowling balls under 12 pounds will float because their density is less than that of water. So that's why your 16-pound boat anchors work as boat anchors, but if they were 12 pounds or less, your boat would be drifting around with them on your lake.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil $2 Brylo with today's worthless trivia knowledge.
I think that's
Dun
pretty.
dun dun.
I think that's pretty neat.
I didn't
Because
know I was
Actually, that is kind of neat.
Have-
I wouldn't have thought that.
Have you ever disposed of a bowling ball in a body of water other than boat anchors?
Absolutely.
Like in
Oh,
anger?
yes.
Oh, yes.
In anger.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yes.
Like
Oh, God, yes.
One time when we were the ABC Nationals was in Mobile, Alabama in '94. I had a plastic ball that didn't make it through the scale, which is weird. Resin's making it no problem, and all of a sudden I have a 68 durometer plastic spare ball. So I took it off the top of the parking structure that was adjacent to the Gulf of Mexico, and started a new coral reef, and I just chucked it off the 6th floor of the parking structure into the Gulf of Mexico.
What a shame.
Made a hell of a splash from 60 feet up.
Oh, heck
It
yeah.
was
I
beautiful.
will say the Mississippi River, at a very specific tournament, it gets a new bowling ball every year
Nice.
from a handful of college programs.
Now, did you know? Now I will play a game, but I don't even need Google for it.
Oh,
So, the most popular use for bowling balls outside of the bowling industry.
Yes.
Does anybody have any idea?
we mentioned it earlier, I believe.
I think so. Gardening,
Garden decorations.
garden decorations.
Wrong.
Really?
Pig rooting.
Pig rooting.
I'm gonna get images.
Please, yeah, please do.
Pig rooting. Rooting.
Ball.
Basically, what they do, in fact, most of our old bowling balls go to the
I'll be
manufacturer.
darned.
Pig rooting. The pigs actually push the balls around and root them. That way they don't dig. Pig rooting. playing with balls.
That's kind of genius.
Yeah.
That's,
See?
We're going to get this up on screen in a second.
I don't know if we want to get that one up on the screen because that was a little
the
bit
title.
pigs playing with balls. I don't know if that's appropriate.
Huh.
That one's not a bowling ball, but yeah, definitely you can see right there.
They root them and they push them around and see?
Yeah, there's a volleyball. That might be a bowling ball right there as well.
Yep. But that is the number one use for
Huh.
bowling balls.
Son of a gun. I would have never guessed.
Yep. Welcome to the Midwest.
Yeah. So when you've recycled your bowling balls, I see you're going to be doing that this summer. I see some bowling balls waiting to be brought in as house balls. So you'll take some of your old ones?
No, those are actually going out.
Oh, those are going out. Okay.
Those are going out. Those are going to Pro Bowl.
So have you donated bowling balls to pig farms around
Oh,
here?
God, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
What's your biggest donation of bowling pins? Because you're always recycling bowling pins on an annual basis or biannual basis. Where do the most of your bowling pins go? I heard some bowling centers donate them to police departments so they can use them on gun ranges.
Most of my bowling pins at the end of the season go to smaller bowling centers
Oh, okay.
that might not be able to, afford to buy new pins all the time. So we sell them at $30 a case in a lot of smaller centers. Come pick them up. We'll have them sold. We put out our post at usually 9 o'clock in the morning and contact all the people that bought them last year. And we usually sell, because we buy 500 cases a year. Brand new every year.
So that's
Wow.
5,000 pins.
5,000 pins. So we end up selling them back for $30 a case.
Okay.
A lot of the smaller centers in the area enjoy that. Then they don't have to spend so much money. Try to help them too. It's difficult enough to make a living in a bowling center, let alone an 8 or a 10 or a 12 laner.
Right.
Where you are everything.
Yeah. That's what Greenfield's like with 16 lanes back home.
Greenfield, Wisconsin?
Greenfield, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, yeah.
So recycling bowling balls, recycling pins,
Yep.
when you took the lanes out of Jack 60 and replaced them, those were synthetic, correct?
They were, yes.
Did any of those materials get recycled anywhere? Because we've seen old wood lanes. You go to a lot of local taverns, that type of thing, or local restaurants, and you see a lot of reclaimed bowling lanes used as bars, tabletops, high tops, that type of thing. Did you have anybody do that with the stuff that came out of Jack 60?
Well, unfortunately, with Jackson, we had a very interesting installation. We originally had head lanes that were put in 1996. So they were 23 years old. Well, their company's out of business now. Hedden doesn't make lanes anymore, but their installation techniques were a little bit different than maybe what we would do today. They were double-sided taped and super glued and nail driven down to the original lanes. So, oh my, Walter,
Wow.
where are you going?
Well, it shows that the hang's there on 42 feet, even with the low volume. As Walter Ray was looking for the 75-foot lane to get back to the head pin on that shot. Unfortunately, Dave, you only have 60-foot USBC regulation lanes in your bowling centers. Walter Ray had no chance.
So as we unfortunately pulled these panels out, I just let that one go. As we pulled these old panels out, oh my God, all they did was shatter and crack.
Oh, geez.
Break and it was a nightmare. I have a video actually to show you how we had to get them out, and you can see exactly what they look like.
Oh.
If you go to my Facebook page, you have to go to my Facebook page. David Small, you're friends with me, you should know.
I was getting there, but something else had popped.
Hateful old individual.
Something had popped into my head.
Change the timeline to grids.
Sure, it's not letting me.
Won't let you?
Nope.
Well,
won't let
that's
me.
crap. Go to videos.
Videos, yeah. Here you go.
Let's see. Oh, that's all. What? I was going to say, there's got more videos than that. Nope, I must not have it. There it is, right there. And you can see. This is what we.
We're gonna have to refresh in a moment here, and we'll get that up.
But
on
you
the
can see
screen.
this is. You can see all the old tape and everything that was down.
Wow, you're not kidding. That is a lot of.
There's the original
Shit,
lane
those
right
spe-
there.
yeah.
That's the original lane. But
then
this is how they had to come out, unfortunately. It was a very painful process as they jacked them out. Now there are screws, there is everything in there. We couldn't get anything. We couldn't get it out.
Yeah.
And this is actually taking out one panel at a time. This is how they had to come out.
So, did that original wood lane stay as the underlayment then?
Yes, on the
Okay.
backside, yes.
Okay,
It
and
stayed
they-
as the original wood underlayment. And there they pop it out in about 45 seconds. They've got that, and then, you can actually watch the next video, too. You can leave that one up, which was the original signing of the lanes when we covered them up for the first time. So we were able to
So you gave you proper credit on there on the
Yep.
screen.
So this was our signing of the lanes.
There we go.
So God knows when they'll be uncovered again. It won't be in my lifetime. Won't be in my lifetime.
Next video. Oh, I thought it was Dave betting like $500 a spin on a slot machine.
Oh, I don't do that. Maybe 100. That's that one. And then if you go back to my video list, I'm sure we could find a couple more. Here. Go to this video right here. This is this is how bad our ceilings were in Anderson, and this is how we got them to look brand new. So you can actually watch. This was part of the renovation here in Anderson.
Is that just paint?
Actually, that is a chemical mixture of paint, peroxide, and alcohol to go through and start changing everything over, and just watch it change
Yeah.
as time goes, as time elapsed. Just watch everything just start changing. That's how bad our ceilings were here.
That just years of dust and smoke
Yep.
and whatever.
And you can see everything is just changing colors.
Yep.
Brilliant process. And that's how we got all of our ceiling tiles new. Just like that.
How sore was your back after you sprayed that?
I
for
didn't do it.
40
I hired somebody. I was done. I'm like, the hell with it. I'm not doing it. But that was one of the things that we did here. And then,
Is Angie's video
Yes,
always
yes,
in
yes,
the
yes,
wall
yes.
on your timeline?
it should be. Angie's video is on my timeline.
Yeah, you can scroll. It's a touchscreen.
Okay, we're back a little far. That's Jackson. There it is. You have to have sound for this one.
Hold on. Don't start it yet, Jenna. We got to do a little technical work here.
You got to have sound for this one.
Is there cursing?
No, there's
Okay,
no
good.
cursing.
Okay, good. Okay, hold on.
There
one
is no
second.
cursing. I would not give you a video with cursing. But this is as the wall came. This was the first night of demo when the wall started coming down. And this is Angie, our GM. And it's hysterical.
All right, here we go. Let's take a look at Angie Collop getting ready to see that. And that's not a small wall you had here separating things off.
We gave her the little piece right there to try to knock down, and
4.5.
swing and a miss.
Hold on. Does she get it on the second effort?
She's gonna give it another shot.
Let's make it happen, Angie. Let's make it happen. Just got to get a step into it. Oh, it hit back.
It hit back, and she's like, "Ow!"
Is the third time a charm. Get a little something behind Angie. Oh, almost. One more.
There she goes.
Hey. Hopefully she had, she had steel-toe boots on for that. She could have broken a toe with a random flying brick.
Exactly.
So,
And then I think I've got.
well, let's say we're almost wrapping up with this game. Let's save for the next game or two.
You want my bad videos? There's lots of bad videos.
No, we won't. We'll find. We can go through and find some good ones. So.
I figured everyone would kind of
yeah.
enjoy seeing some of the stuff.
Well, exactly. The whole remodel you've done here. Can't wait to get the Jack 60 too. I mean, everybody's going to here on the Flow Zone and in FloBowling's going to get to see that remodel as well, especially for a lot of the guys that haven't seen that place in 12, 15 years. Mm-hmm. And when you saw it on TV, you only saw it on TV. You only saw a couple of pairs of lanes, and that was about it.
Actually, go to YouTube real quick. Pull up. You can actually see what it used to look like Be under type in Jackson PBA, and it should pull up right there, 1995, and this is the Bowling Center. Back from ESPN. This is back in.
That's some serious standard definition we got rolling right here. No doubt about that.
A little bit rough, but you can actually see what the Bowling Center looked like years ago.
We probably got Denny Schreiner on the call right there, too.
Yep.
Underneath us. I should have cut the audio out. That's okay. Denny's a PBA Hall of Famer. And there it is.
That's what Jackson was years ago.
Still the Brunswick 2000 ball returns? Or those are long gone?
No. If you go to my Facebook page again and pop a picture up, you'll see. Go to my photos.
Let's go to photos here for Dave.
There's a lot of them. We got a lot of photos. Well, you got to see it, so let's go. Lots of crazy photos. And what you saw on TV, and this is what it is today. New approaches.
That is. There's still about 10 lanes behind you there, aren't there?
Probably.
Yeah. That is that's a long way across that center.
It's a big center, and yeah, we did 54. We did 54 lanes of the 60, so it was pretty good. And then there's the long shot of it. And then there's the long shot of the center right there.
So looking forward to getting there, checking everything out. And those tables and stuff new there too? Or were those
they were there when I
Okay.
bought them, but everything. The only thing we haven't changed out was we haven't taken the wall out. Everything else has been changed, from the scoring to the masks to the lanes to the ball returns, flooring, carpet, scoring, everything.
Cool.
Even ceiling fans. Our new ceiling fans are in too. All new bathrooms.
Nice.
So yeah, we spent a little bit of money.
Yeah, no doubt.
Little
So
bit.
get you back here in a game or two?
Maybe.
Okay.
Unless you don't want me.
Oh, absolutely. We're always happy to have you in here.
Because actually, I have probably one of the coolest videos on here that our bowlers would really want to see. Which
see.
actually is, it's about a 5-minute video, but it's a total tutorial on start to finish on how they did the lanes, which so many people don't know how they change, lanes out and do everything. So it's like a start to finish all the way to, it's really cool.
We'll have to. Yeah, we
really
might
cool-
be able to get some time between a couple of games later on. I know as the blocks go a little bit longer, we might be able to do that between games. So
It's
we'll
about
take a look.
about a 5-minute video, but it's really interesting to see it.
All right, well, we'll take a peek. We're going to take a little audio intermission here. Thanks again, Dave. And
Always a pleasure.
Game 5 coming up next.
Ciao.
Just that time again to start. Coverage of our next block of qualifying here in Anderson, Indiana, Championship Lanes Classic. Realizing now that Dave and Phil got very caught up in talking and we didn't get you score updates. So that's on my agenda to give it to you as soon as possible. Because there's definitely been some names flipping around in our top 10. Let me see if I can pull them up here very quickly. Aha! Got him now. All right, so after 11 games of qualifying. Oh. My math's a little off. We're good. My second dose of caffeine slowly kicking in. So we're waiting for 12 games qualifying. I promised you guys 12 games, not 11.
Welcome to the Flow Zone, Jenna. It's day 2. It's your second event. And the fade just started. I've done that numerous times where all of a sudden you look and you go, oh, yeah, here we go with this game update. And you get like, I've gotten 4 names in before I finally gone, wait, hold on. That was the same amount of plus minus they had last game. So, yeah, right there with you. Know how it works. But when that 12-game scoring comes across, be sure to give that to you. We'll also talk a little bit more about the upcoming PBA50 remaining schedule and a little bit what's coming up this weekend on FloBowling, because it's not just the PBA50 tour coming to you from Spectrum Lanes in Wyoming, Michigan, but the PBA and PWBA tours coming together in Houston for a great charity event down there.
All right, now we have scores. And they are 12 game scores, so I can read. I can do math. At least right now. I gotta practice. So, top 10 for our 12 games of qualifying here in Anderson, Indiana at our Championship Lanes Classic, excuse me. Parker Bone III is now leading the pack with a plus 267. Right behind him is Walter Ray Williams Jr. with plus 244. Harry Solins in our third place spot with plus 240. Brian Leclerc in our fourth place spot with plus 234. Lenny Borsch Jr. is our fifth place spot with plus 227. Bill Watson is our sixth place spot with plus 222. Ryan Schaefer is our seventh place spot with 216. All plus. They are still all plus. Brian Kretzer is our eighth place spot with plus 201. Pete Weber is our ninth place spot with plus 189. And Doug Becker wraps up the top 10 with plus 187. So, still, kind of close outside the cut. Next spot in 11th is plus 179 with Mr. Michael Haugen Jr. But other than that, the cut's still pretty close. That golden number right now is plus 37, about a 203 average, which John Marsala is at in our 32nd spot. I believe he's still on one of our coverage pairs. Oh no, I think he's moved. Yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here. That's okay. We'll flip around the pairs, show you what's new in the flow zone, keep you covered with all of your qualifying content needs here in Anderson, Indiana. And of course, always, if there's a name I didn't list, someone you're curious about, or just want to see everything score-wise total, you can always go to PBA.com or FloBowling.com in the results tab to get the full list as it goes on.
There we see John Marsala getting ready to step up and bowl in his 8th frame. Marsala wanted to give a nice shout out back home to his Uncle Gus, 84 years young, watching us here in the Flow Zone, keeping an eye on John. Hey, Uncle Gus, teach John to make a 4-pin. That's his only blemish on the scorecard this game. The open frame. Through 7 frames, 5 strikes, a spare, and then that single pin miss. You hate to have it come down later on in the event where a single pin miss or two ends up being the difference between having a chance to bowl in the Matrix of Fairness tomorrow or just sitting behind and spectating or making your way to Michigan.
John Dudek here on lanes 33 and 34, going for the 256, looks like. Currently sits at 18 in the standings with plus 118, so this would jump him up very close to that 10, 11, 12 hole, it looks like. I'm gonna sit here and watch.
That's the way to finish.
locked and loaded in that 10th frame. There it is, 256. And with that, bowlers are finishing up their Game 5 down here in Anderson at the Championship Lanes Classic. Have all the hot bullet coverage coming up next with Game 6.
I'm looking at the wrong side of things. That's not continuum.
Well, good thing Keith Lesko moved there because he looked like a giant compared to Tony Johnson, of course. Camera can fool as people are in different positions on the camera. Oh, it teased him there. It wanted to stand up and laugh at him. Stand up and fight. He's right near our booth. It's not just the pins fighting, it's the lanes fighting too. Lesko, one of those guys that's fighting the pins, the lanes himself, as all these players are this week, trying to get in that top 32. Lesko, before last game, was sitting in 35th. He was just sitting 16 behind the number, but we saw John Marsala have a pretty solid game inside the flow zone. Going to get that game 13 scoring up to you as soon as possible. Just a reminder about the rest of this PBA50 Tour schedule and what's upcoming this weekend, because it's not just the PBA50 Tour coming to you from Spectrum Lanes in Wyoming, Michigan, the greater Grand Rapids area once again hosting a PBA event. But coverage on Thursday through Sunday as well, coming to you from Copperfield Bowl in Houston, Texas. And the PWBA striking against breast cancer mixed doubles event. Coverage begins on Thursday from Copperfield Bowl, as at 5 p.m. Eastern time they're going to have the Beauties versus Beasts 5-game Baker match. Top 5 male qualifiers from last year battle against the top 5 female qualifiers individually from last year. Battle for a $6,000 prize fund. And then qualifying Friday and Saturday. And we'll have semifinal and round-robin match play finals action for you on Sunday here on FloBowling. So plenty of bowling to choose from, whether you watch the PBA50 Tour or the members of the PBA and PWBA come together for a great charity event. And here is your update through 13 qualifying games. 8 games yesterday, the first 5 games today. And new face at the top of the leaderboard, Bill Watson. Watson is crushing them today. Watson is sitting at 239 over for his first 5 games today. 243, 246, 213, 279, and 258 for Watson, to get him to an overall total of plus 330. Watson currently here in game 6. He's bowling just outside of flow zone coverage at 29-30, but we will have Watson in our last 2 games of flow zone coverage. Parker Bone the third in second at plus 275. Lenny Boris Jr. third, plus 271. Walter Ray Williams Jr. up to fourth, plus 248. Brian LeClaire looking to make it 3 weeks in a row, walking out of a bowling center with the PBA50 Tour title. He's currently in fifth at plus 244. Weber, Schaefer, Becker, Haugen Jr., and Sullins round out your top 10. Sullins whatever magic he had on the lane yesterday as the legend, not in the effect today, as Sullen's just 16 over on the day to get to plus 183. And that cut score, move it up a little bit. Right now, Gary Schluchter is the man on the number at plus 52. So whatever problems these players started having yesterday during games 2, 3, 4, and 5, not in effect for many of our middle of the fielders at this point in time. And we're starting to get spread out a little bit here on our top 40, because right now Tom Baker 40th, and Baker is 38 pins behind Schluchter in that 40th position, where this morning we only had less than 20 pins between 32nd and 40th. And joining me once again in the booth is the master of all things Fun Time Centers, and that's Dave Small. Well, you are the master of your own domain, and your domain being Fun Time Centers.
I wonder sometimes, but it's all good. Hello.
Hello again.
Pip, pip, and cheerio, everybody.
Scoring pace picking up a little bit today as compared to yesterday in the middle games.
Well, surprisingly, I think they decided they wanted to bowl today. Yesterday, I think it was just, I don't want to bowl. Today, well, they want to bowl. It's interesting to see my cut number, which was plus 90, still right in the ballpark.
Yeah. They're just doing it all on day 2.
Yeah, they're deciding to bowl today.
And Teeters gets them all the fall. Teeters, one of those guys, he's way back. We're starting to see the bottom part of from 40 on down starting to really get separated. This morning, 54th was in 50 pins of the cut. Now it's over 100. As Teeters finds himself in 50th at minus 66. So 118 pins out. Yeah, Teeters is just basically bowling to gather as many PBA50 Tour points as he can and make his way to the next stop in Wyoming, Michigan.
But we do have a treat out in front of us with Pete Weber bowling. We do have a treat with Pete bowling out there.
Well, that was a crossover
Brooklyn.
right there.
Brooklyn. Whoops. Pete's made a nice move today. He's now in the top 8. Last game shot 231, I believe. So far today, he's a heck of a lot farther ahead than he was yesterday.
Yeah,
Games at 204, 223, 258, 192, 231. So a much, much better day for Pete.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
Today. That's all I was going to say.
Well, you look at yesterday, how many guys do we have that were 100 over at the end of the day yesterday? 13.
13.
Okay. If we go back to the day here. The number of guys that are already...
and Pete just whiffed the
Wow.
9-pin.
Was that whatever? Wow.
Wow.
He's not happy about something.
That's not something we normally see
Right.
Mr. Weber do.
So 13 players yesterday, 100 over for 8 games. Today we have already 11 players 100 over for just 5 games.
Yep, so we've seen the scoring pace increase a little bit today. I think it's had a chance to settle in a little bit. And we're seeing a lot less dull stuff out there today. We're seeing a lot more shiny. Something to get a little farther down the lane and use the back end for the advantage.
Well, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because there were some guys this morning that's all they were talking about is how they just had the wrong surface on their ball yesterday. They had the ball they wanted in their hand, but they had the wrong surface on it, so it was either reading 5 feet too soon in the pattern or 2 feet after they wanted it to read in the pattern, and wasn't reading in the right spot. And now these guys kind of tamed everything down.
We have Miss Angie walking into sight. Miss Angie, could you come here for a moment, please?
Uh-oh.
Please, Miss Angie. Miss Angie. I would like everyone to say hello. She's just going to say hello very quickly. So all you have to do is say hello. Just say hello and welcome everybody. So I'm going to give you the headset, okay? So just hang out for a minute.
Hi, Angie.
Hi, Phil.
I do enjoy having you for this brief moment in the booth. I know it's going to be brief, but I
It's
just
going
want
to be very brief.
That's fine. I just want to thank you, everything you did here with your staff. You know, these guys are told to turn their cell phones off prior to the competition so they don't disturb anyone.
Uh-huh. And so who has theirs on? Mine's off.
Yeah, there's the other. Wow. But thanks for everything this week. It's been a
You
good
are
week.
very
Looking
welcome.
forward to another good day tomorrow. I know everything's going to run nice and smooth for the finals.
Of course it is.
By the way, it shouldn't have taken you 4 swings to knock that wall down.
Hey, I was the comic entertainment.
was-
That was my job that day.
The swing and the miss was the best one.
It
I gotta
was.
admit.
It
So-
was.
Last time we had Angie on, you got to ask Angie, is there anything that she wanted new? And she gave you an answer, and she got it.
Okay.
That is very true. I wanted
She
new
actually
scoring.
said if I do get on extra frame, it needs to do it again, so why not?
All right. Angie, is there anything that you would like to get from Dave Small in your bowling center?
Well, considering we've just gone over a major renovation in the center,
Yes.
the next project would be the new restaurant, bar, and kitchen.
Ah, okay.
So,
So Dave's got his
It's
work
out
cut out
there.
for him. I would have personally asked for an addition to my own personal home, but you
Well,
know,
that would work too.
Yeah. So,
but we'll stick with the center.
all right. Thanks again, Angie.
You're very welcome.
Angie Collop, and we'll get to meet her son, who's the number 2 in charge up at Jack 60
He
in
is.
the family.
Yeah, Brady was, God, I've known Brady since he was 15, 16 years old and helped with our pro shop in Lafayette while he was at Purdue and got out of school and came over here and worked as assistant manager here and had an opportunity to promote him up to Jackson, and he's loving Jackson. Absolutely loves Jackson. We try to promote those that actually do well.
You've had a few of those in your centers over the years now.
Very fortunate.
So, kind of disappointed because I do like a good game room, and I know it's the paddock here for the bowlers this week and everything. But am I gonna have fun? Am I gonna have a nice game room to kill some time in when I'm in Jack 60?
We actually have a very large game room in Jackson.
Okay.
We have a very small game room here, but that we're actually going to be buying all new machines in Jackson. So we just did our first game room in Noblesville ourselves about 30 minutes from here. That was an expensive project. We're going to be doing the game room in Jackson next, and then Anderson, and then Pro Bowl, then Kokomo. So yeah, I'm getting into the game side of the business as well.
Do you have a favorite game that's in your
Oh my
arcades
God, the
right
Wizard of Oz.
now? I
Oh,
haven't seen that one.
the coin pusher. Oh,
Oh.
man.
You have it at Noblesville?
Have it in Noblesville.
Okay.
Have it in Noblesville. Tons and tons and tons of new games. Pete's just left back-to-back 9 pins as he's bowling on 35 and 36. I can change from me to Pete any day of the week. This is my man right here. Looks a little soft on that one. He's a little frustrated right now.
Yeah, made a move and still came up high.
But just came off 231, which is a good game.
Was-
2 opens.
Was there any coaching from you that game?
Do you think
I know
I'm
you've had
even
some-
going to go close to him while he bowls? I like my rear end. It's got its own zip code. I don't need it chewed off that bad. God. Yeah. Let me go pet that wild great white shark that's swimming around my leg, thinking it's going to have dinner. No, I'll stay away. Thank you. I'll blow him a kiss once in a while. He'll be
Okay.
fine. I'll wave at him. Hey, baby. Kind of like I do with all the guys. One thing I try not to do is I try not to bother them when they bowl. This is
Right.
their job. You know, I can host them as best I can and make everything work and do that. But while they're on the lanes, I try to stay back, or if they approach me, that's fine. I don't want to bother them.
Yeah, Pete now talking over Chris Keene going, Okay, I made that move over there. You made the move over there. Neither of us got anything out of it. And Pete's still kind of shaking his head.
Actually, I read Pete's lips.
Okay.
He actually was asking Chris about the new drapes that he put in his house to see if he should get the carpet that matches as well. They don't always talk bowling out there,
Oh, I
folks. They
understand.
talk some crazy stuff.
I understand. You know,
I was just kidding on that one. I had to
candlesticks make a great wedding gift.
Yes, they do. Champagne flutes as well.
The only thing that we ever talked about when we were bowling in college was food.
Food is good.
It was like if we had a pressing bowling question, we'd get it out, it would be answered, and then it was always, what's for dinner? What's around here? What do we all want to go and like stuff our face and cry into?
Ah, this is true.
So, Dave, what is for dinner?
What is for dinner tonight?
Is there a dining special inside of Blaze?
Oh, there's tons of specials tonight. I don't know what Joe's whipping up tonight. He sometimes surprises me. Never know.
Is there going to be a triathlon dinner where it's like you have 3 courses to make through?
Oh, sheesh, no. Good Lord, no. You people couldn't handle the food that we could put out on that thing.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be all food. It could be
A liquid form?
a beverage, food, and then the after-dinner beverage.
Well, I like the after-dinner beverage
Right.
personally.
I mean, you start with, you could have the glass of wine, the dinner, the aperitif, and then
I can just have it all.
it's true.
But it's all good. So you going to play tonight, Phil?
I have laundry to do, sir. I'm sorry.
You know what?
I'm on,
all
I
I'm
don't-
going to say is this.
and I don't want to drag anybody down.
I'd be your partner.
Really?
I could be your partner. We could have fun.
Have you seen me attempt billiards?
You know what? I'm great at billiards.
I'm half a billiards player.
I'm great at billiards.
She's better off for you than I am.
I'm pretty good at cornhole.
That one I can't guarantee.
But
That's my
bowling,
spot.
I'm gonna need some help.
No. That's the thing. I have nothing here. House shoes and a house ball.
That's what you're supposed to do. It's fun.
Easy.
Oh, please,
You
please.
think everybody's pros is coming back out here with getting a pair of size 11s from behind your counter and grabbing a 15-pound
Why not?
off the rack?
Hi,
Okay.
Shannon. Where are you going, Shannon? Where are you going? Come here.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to introduce you to somebody.
Okay. His name is Shannon, from what
His
I've
name is
told.
Shannon.
Shannon.
Shannon. His name is Shannon. I'm going to introduce you to someone else here at beautiful Championship Lanes. He's thinking talking to some customers more important than me. Bunch of bull crap as far as I'm concerned. Screw the customer relations.
Who needs more money in his wallet?
Guess what, Shannon? You get to say hi to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, no. You get to talk for a minute.
Well, I can't do it back.
All right, now we got you live again. So, hi, Shannon, or is it Shannon? He said Shannon.
Well, whatever you want to say, that's okay.
What exactly does your position entail here at Championship Lanes?
Well, here at Championship Lanes, I'm the operations manager. I basically take care of all the machinery that you see in the back there, pin setters, and anything with a power cord.
Well, that leaves a lot of openings in here because I could plug in I plugged in my equipment. It's running great. So I minor electrician here and there as well.
Sure, absolutely.
There's a couple of guys that have RVs in the parking lot that might need a hand from you later on. Then
Oh, we've been working with them all week.
I've heard there've been some blown fuses and all kinds of fun stuff.
Yep, we ran them some new circuits and everything.
All right, so I'm going to ask you the same question that we just asked Angie. If there was one thing you could get from Dave Small in this bowling center to make your job easier, what would it be?
Let me guess, did she say more help?
No, she said new kitchen and she said new kitchen and bar and that type of thing.
Well, we need people to work that new kitchen bar, too.
Well, okay. But if you get something to help you out doing your job with the maintenance here of all the things inside of Championship Lanes, what would you want from him?
I get pretty much anything I need.
Okay. Dave's the softie for you?
Kind of, sort of.
Okay.
We
All right.
we have options available.
Okay. How long have you been here?
Oh, going on 23 years.
Okay. So, and having this man now as your boss has been a smooth transition over the last several years?
Absolutely.
That's good to hear. Everything you paid him to say, Dave, he said. You're good at that.
That's right. I'll expect that check next week.
That's right.
Just check. I thought you like cash.
Well, that too.
Okay, just making sure.
As long as it's not a rubber check, we're okay.
Thanks for your time, Shannon.
Hey,
Appreciate
you're welcome.
it. I know you're a busy man. Thanks.
He's going back to the bar now to fix the cooler.
Yeah, I saw he was back there a little while ago. I went to grab a menu to grab lunch, and he was the one that handed it to me, so it kind of threw me off.
They're everywhere here,
But
that's for sure.
Yeah, but once again, another longtime staffer you've got here that has held on through your regime change after taking over ownership.
The regime change. I'll tell you what, that was a tough transition here. That was a tough transition in this place, but
Well,
it's good now.
Well, the city of Anderson's kind of changed a bit over the last 15 years, hasn't it? It used to be a pretty heavy-duty auto industry revolving town.
Oh, this town back in the, up until about 95, 96, GM had 11 plants here and employed almost 40,000 people.
Wow.
And in 1996, they decided to start pulling out of Anderson. It was about a 5-year process. And they pulled 35,000 jobs out of this town. Pretty much decimated this town. And you had the option of going to the Marion facility, which is about an hour from here, the Fort Wayne facility, which is an hour and a half from here. And you would be surprised how many of our people that bowl here actually drive to Fort Wayne every day or drive to Marion every day that still work for GM.
Wow.
In fact, Angie's husband of, he was with GM for 45 years. He was with GM. Started when he was 18. And he did the last 23 years of his career in Marion, and they drove every day. Whole group of them drove every day.
Huh.
Because once GM pulled out, unfortunately, there really wasn't a whole lot of options here. We do have Nestle now. We do have a couple of universities, a lot of growth. We're becoming more of a bedroom community, which is we're only really 30 minutes, if that, from northern Indianapolis, Fishers, Noblesville area. And it's a very expensive area of Indianapolis to live in Carmel as well.
Sure.
So what a lot of people are doing is Anderson is selling itself as a bedroom community. Twice the house, half the price, better schools, and only 20 minutes to work. So we're finding that a lot of our population is changing as people start moving out this way. Because we have great schools around here, LaPel, Frankton, Anderson City schools. They're great. They're 3- and 4-star schools. And so people are finding more home, less money. The commute's not bad. I mean, 69 now. Once they finish it in the next 2 years, will be 3 lanes all the way to exit 234 from exit 200, which is the Beltway into Indy, and we're at exit 226. So we're seeing a lot of nice growth out this way. And it took a long time because this bowling center at one time, the joke was always people would call and say, when do you have open lanes? And the answer was May through August, because there was 4 to 5 leagues a day, 7 days a week. We had over 4,000 bowlers in this house at one time. We had 5 bowling centers in Anderson, 5 of them. And we had, of course, what this used to be called the Southside Palace, was what the community called it, the Southside Palace. We had a 36-laner, we had a 12-laner, an 18-laner, and a 20-laner, and we're the only one now at 44. Our last bowling center closed, I've been here 4 years, so it'd be 6 years ago. It was 6 years ago. And
it seems to be a common thread across a lot of America is manufacturing trends change, especially with the auto industry, steelworker industry. You see a lot of bowling centers that had that as the heart of the employment in the community. Also had a lot of bowling centers in there as well because of the different shifts of workers, and all those places were going 24/7, and now that's gone. And now it's kind of changed the facet of socialization in America as well.
Well, the difference being you could just open the doors and they'd walk in the door before. You didn't have to try. You didn't have to try. You didn't have to have the nicest, the cleanest, the friendliest. You didn't need it.
Right.
Now, with it being such a discerning population, you have to diversify. You have to be not only be bowling, you have to be entertainment, you have to be family driven, you have to be league driven, you have to have extra revenue activities that run through each one of your places. So it becomes a pretty big juggling act. Come on, Petey, one time. Yeah. Oh.
Another 9-pin. That's 3 this game.
One was Brooklyn, though.
Oh, that's true.
Come on, baby.
That was the one he missed.
Yeah, no, that was a big shot, too.
Don't need to throw them that good, he just said. It does seem like funny sometimes at bowling. Sometimes it seems that the better you throw it, sometimes the worse your results are.
Mm-hmm. So, but we've seen the change here in Anderson, and that's one of the reasons why we decided this year to put. Sorry.
You tell him, Pete.
Sorry about that.
You tell him. That's okay.
That's why we decided to put all the money into the bowling center this year, because we're seeing things change, and we weren't set up for the families. We weren't set up for the different activities. Now we have the room, the space, the look. The league bowlers actually absolutely love this layout. They have more room to move around in. My employees, Misty's standing right here, and she'll shake her head. Hey, Misty, correct me if I'm wrong. Tell me you don't love this layout more for just serving. Yeah, I mean, it's all about, now we can be faster and more efficient with our bowlers. We don't have to go up and down stairs. We don't have to go into 2 different areas. It can be a smooth transition, and I know, Misty's my bar manager here. You've been here, 6 years, Misty? 5.5, 6 years. And Misty runs my bar, runs my servers. And it's just going to be so much easier for them to take care of our customers now as opposed to before. So you got to think future. You got to look a little bit beyond the box. And if you can look beyond the box, you'll be okay. What did Petey end up with, 220? 212?
212.
It's all right. I'll keep him in top 8 probably.
I don't know if it might be a little too late here. If we go over to 33 and 34, Dave Hahn's going to be stepping up in the 10th frame. He's got a chance for 280. Let me see where we may have Mr. Hahn in the standings here. Hahn's at plus 65 and 28, so you talk about getting a chance to get the morning off tomorrow. I mean, there's only 16 bowlers coming back for the first round of the Matrix of Fairness, the Cashers round.
Fairness.
It's the bottom 8 guys, 25th to 32nd in the regular standings, and our extra 8, the PBA60 guys that are close. So if Hahn can get himself, even with a mark here, he'll be in the plus 110, 120 range with 2 to go.
That's going to give him a sniff.
And it's going to give him, a bit of an advantage, especially over 32nd, but definitely getting his way into the top 24. Right now, 24th was Ron Moore at
104.
Plus 104 and more. Yeah, I was looking for a score, but he got done, and I don't see, and his score is cleared already. So, he's right on this pair, 196. No wonder why I didn't see his score. It's just right in front of my eyes.
All right, let's see what Mr. Hahn can do.
So Hahn definitely can pass more with just a mark here, and wrap 10. Best ball of the game, I'm sure, at that point in time. That's the way it usually works. I just label everything.
That's what happens when you decide to come over and pull it on camera.
Right. Well, hey, we can throw black clouds at the best room here in the booth.
Hey, I'm great at it.
Yes, indeed.
The old Bo Burton kiss of death. He's bowling great today. 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Easy spare. Oops.
Right. So just 2 games remaining here in qualifying before we get to that top 32 and our extra 8. We've got some player movement. We got Game 7 coming up, and I'm sure we'll have another visit from Dave Small during the last couple
no,
of
Dave.
games.
Dave Hahn, you just missed it.
Yeah.
No, Dave.
We'll see where Hahn's standing when we get back. Game 7 coming up next. Time for the $2 Phil fun fact. That's right. This one, though, not about the sport of bowling, but it's definitely about where we're located this week in Anderson, Indiana. The first American gasoline-powered automobile was developed in Anderson, Indiana. In 1893. As John W. Lambert took a larger gasoline engine that he bought the rights to develop a smaller version of and put it with a belt drive and developed a three-wheeled carriage powered by that small gasoline engine. So Ohio City, Ohio, Union City, Ohio, and Anderson, Indiana, all home to the Lambert Gas and Gasoline Engineering Company. But that automobile developed here in 1893, thanks to John W. Lambert. Game 14 scores coming up shortly. And we'll preview some of the teams that'll be bowling this upcoming week at the PBA Strikey Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles event. take a peek in on this pair. Harry Sullins, man who was our leader after day one, kind of, I wouldn't say a free fall down the standings today. He's still positive through his first 5 games. We'll see where he ends up on his 6th game with a 14-game qualifying total when that comes in. Meskin, Teeters, and Melans all will be ending their tournament competition today. They do not have a chance to advance into the Matrix of Fairness tomorrow. There we see the man take over the lead here. Bill Watson. Watson having a huge block today. Watson on Monroe, Ohio. This is just his 4th career PBA50 tournament in the last couple of seasons. His best finish, the PBA50 event to this point in his career, was his first event back in 2018 where he finished 26th, the PBA50 Florida Open. Jerry Hicks currently sitting 25th, just outside where he needs to be to get a bye into tomorrow's Matrix of Fairness after 14 games. Let's give you the rundown here. For your top 10, Bill Watson, as we mentioned, took over a lead, has not come close to relinquishing it. As Watson currently at plus 339, 248 over on the day for Watson. Champion here back in 2017, Parker Bone III in 2nd at plus 311. Ryan Schaefer, who you see in this pair with Faulkner, Hicks, and Watson. Schaefer in 3rd, plus 269. Lenny Borsch Jr. 4th, plus 261. WRW JR in 5th at plus 249. Becker, Weber, Haugen Jr., Leclerc, Dudek round out your top 10. And the man that's the number right now is Keith Lesko, plus 73. So the cut keeps crawling up a bit. Lesko, though, just 4 pins ahead of Lesko just 4 pins behind Gary Schluchter in 31st, and a lot of players right on Lesko's tail trying to get into the top 32, including Bob Lauren Jr., just a pin behind. Greg Thomas, 5 pins behind. Gary Allstott, who authored a perfect game earlier today. Allstott and John Marsala are defending champion, both 10 pins out of the cut. Charlie Tapp, 13 back. Tom Baker, 23 back. Good news for Tapp and Baker, though, they are members age 60 or greater, so they are eligible for one of the extra 8 spots if they fall short of climbing back into the top 32. Schaefer not a huge cushion for him. Ahead of that number 8 spot with Michael Haugen Jr. Just 44 pins separate Haugen Jr. and Schaefer between 3rd and 8th. So obviously Schaefer looking to just stay inside that top 8. Doesn't matter if you're 1st, doesn't matter if you're 8th. You're getting 2 rounds off in the Matrix of Fairness tomorrow, and you're coming back in to match play round 2 at 3:15 p.m. with nothing but memories of qualifying and a 0 starting total on your score sheet. Right now, Donald Hogue sitting in the number 24 spot. 9th through 24th receive a single round of buys in the Matrix of Fairness tomorrow. Hogue just a pin up on Jerry Hicks, just 4 pins up on Doug Henry, just 5 pins up on Ron Moore. So lots of players trying to chase Hogue in the number 24 spot down, including this man here, Gary Faulkner, who is at plus 93, just 14 pins behind Hogue in 24th. Take a look at Sullins. Sullins has fallen down to 14th in the standings. Just 201 last game, just 17 over on the day. See the frustration building for Sullins. Schaefer takes the string out to 3 in a row, possible 278 if Schaefer can purchase 4 more at the snack bar. Fill out his 9th and 10th frames with strikes. take a peek in where Danny Clark's playing the lanes on the port side. Clark, he's not going to be seeing any bonus bowling tomorrow. Clark currently back at 57th at minus 102. But Hicks playing the left side a little bit better. Hicks carries that one. As you mentioned, Hicks currently the man just outside the 1-by cut number at 25th spot, just a pin out. Mike Diaz, real rough week for Diaz this week. He will not see any bonus bowling tomorrow. Here's something we don't see very often on the PBA50 tour. Time to move it in front of the ball return. A little loft to the left gutter here for James Campbell. Cranks it, wheels it. Well played. And Campbell needs some help. Gonna need a big game here and a solid game in game 8 as he's currently in 39th place at plus 41. 32 pins behind Keith Lesko at that cut number currently. Take a look at Schaefer, who has his 3-bagger ended by an errant shot and a baby split. Textbook conversion by the man from Horseheads, New York. Faulkner 112 over on the day. And that's with overcoming a 143 opening game. Faulkner's last 4 games, 243, 257, 244, and 236. And Faulkner looking to get a max of 247 here in this game. What a great comeback after finishing yesterday 19 under after a finish of 147 and 162. Sullen stepping up. Finally gets his first strike of the game in the 8th frame. He's clean to this point. And just the 2-pin luckily to stay clean. And you see right there, whatever was done to try to solve that riddle that is lane 38 wasn't done properly by Sullins in that frame. So Hicks looking to get inside that top 24. Faulkner looking to get inside that top 24. And Schaefer and Watson, well, both not having too much of a problem staying in that top 8 with a game remaining here of qualifying. flat 10 for Schaefer, spare for Sullins. His frustrations continue. With the gentle descent down the leaderboard, he shouldn't fall out of the top 24 unless he doesn't bother showing up in game 8 of qualifying. So Schaefer will put 246 on the board. And he'll be looking at the long rest into the matrix of fairness tomorrow. What are these other players going to be able to do to get inside the top 24? Well, we know Watson's in for sure. He'll be getting the long rest as well. Can Faulkner and Hicks get themselves in the 9th through 24th? One more game for us to find out here. At the PBA50 Dave Smalls Championship Lane Classic. One crucial qualifying game remaining.
And here we are in our last game of qualifying here at Championship Lanes in Anderson, Indiana. Game 16 out of 16. We'll get you your score update the minute we get it. Everyone's still switching around, finishing up a little around the house. But over here we have pretty much everyone set to go. I ate way too many nachos last game, so I was a little quiet. I think we settled a little though.
It is down to the nitty-gritty. It is down to the last few balls of this event. It is down to me, apparently, in the booth. Not Joe Daraseski steering the ship for us. Just checking on a couple things. I'll be checking on your scores. Please make sure your seats are in the locked and upright position. All tray tables are stored. And all service items have been thrown away. Bill Watson, still your leader, plus 331. Parker Bowen, 324 of the plus. Schaefer, 315 of the plus. They get the long rest for sure. Lenny Boris Jr., 273 of the plus. Pete Weber, 254 of the plus. Doug Becker, 247 of the plus. And Haugen Jr. and Walter Ray Williams Jr. at 240 of the plus. That's 4 through 8. Only 33 pins separating those players, so it's possible that a bad game from Lenny or Pete or Becker could drop him out of the top 8, or a good game from Don Breeden, Stoney Baker, or Paul Fleming could jump him in, as Breeden's just 4 behind Walter Ray and Haugen Jr. Baker of the Stoney variety just 19 behind, Fleming just 24 behind, and even Brian LeClaire looking for his 3rd straight win out here on the PBA50 Tour. LeClaire just 28 behind. Could still try to get a second bye tomorrow. The other important cut line is 24th. So in 9th through 24th right now, we'll just give it to you the names without scores. Breeden, Baker, the Stoney variety, Fleming, LeClaire, Kent, Sullivan, Sullins, Jurek, Kretzer, Dudak, Hoskins, Manini, Henry, Schisler, Hicks, Dave Hahn, now currently your number 24 player at plus 122. Above Hahn, within 20 pins, are Henry at plus 142, Schisler plus 138, Hicks plus 129. On the other side of Hahn, looking to get into the top 24 there within 20 pins, Gary Faulkner plus 119, Scott Greiner plus 103, Ron Moore plus 102, Donald Hogue plus 102. Of course, if you end up in 25th through 32nd, not a bad problem to have because that just gets you your bowling early tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Eastern for Cash's round for those finishing 25th through 32nd along with our extra 8. Right now, 32nd, Rick Graham, who was our cut number coming into the day at 0. Graham, 79 over on the day, 79 over for the event. But there's 3 players within 10 pins of him. To the front, Harrington in 29th at plus 89, Lesko in 30th at plus 88, and Baker of the Tom variety in 31st at plus 85. Behind Graham, Bob Lauren Jr. just 1 pin behind Gary Allstott, 2 behind Greg Thomas, 6 behind Bo Gergen, 12 behind, and our defending champion John Marsala just 15 behind. And there's Greg Thomas. Thomas is going to need a solid game. He's going to need to recover back from that first room open in a hurry if he thinks he's going to see some extra bowling tomorrow. Right now, our extra 8, that man on that number is minus 92 for Kevin Foley. Not too far behind, though. Steve Jansen minus 106, Sammy Ventura minus 109. Big drop in the standings this week for Ventura, and especially today as Ventura 84 under on the day to back up to minus 109. Terry Metzer 126 under on the day, and Metzner, you see right here, not having a good game, so it doesn't look like Metzer is going to see competition tomorrow unless he starts stringing a flurry of strikes. Hoskins on this pair, sitting in 18th. No way he's going to see 8th place, but do what you can to stay out of 24th. That's Hoskins, 40-pin advantage over 24th right now, and he's going to extend that easily if he keeps putting strikes on that initial double in frames 3 and 4. Oh, Metzner, he'll get the head start to Grand Rapids. Hometown game for Metzner when he gets there, as he's not going to have enough to get back up into the extra 8. He'll have to watch the man he's rooming in the RV with, though, Harry Sullins. Sullins is going to be back for competition tomorrow. Sullins just outside of flow zone coverage. Finally put a 5-bagger on the board with a couple of spares in an open frame through 8 frames for Sullins, so he will stay in the top 24. He'll get the morning off. I think there's going to be a couple episodes of Buckaroo Banzai played in the Sullins Metzner mobile home in the morning. Gary Faulkner, he's looking to jump in the top 24. He's number 25 right now. You know he wants to sleep in the morning. And plus, that's 5 less games of wear and tear on the body, along with the chance of not advancing, getting a cash around check and having to hit the road. Manini is at plus 154. Perfect game? Yeah, I think even with perfection, Manini's still on the outside of the top 8. Don't celebrate too hard there, Terry. As he waves to his crowd. His crowd of one. Manini, he's one of those players in running for Rookie of the Year, but he has not had a good rookie campaign, and let's end that thought of perfection for Manini. But 3 good games coming into this game, 266, 279, 242. After Manini started slow with just a high game of 222 out of his first 4 games this afternoon, which beat the heck out of his first 4 games yesterday. His high game in his first 4 games yesterday was 197, and he finished at 65 under on the day, 219 over on the day today for Manini. It's amazing what a good night's sleep and a healthy alcoholic beverage before bedtime can do for you coming into your next day of competition. It's not the way they draw that up on the clipboard there, Gary Faulkner, for covering the 2-4-5-8. But you got the job done. We'll go take a peek and see if we can get the update on the bowlers there. Near 32nd place with Graham, Learn, and Allstott. Allstott, of course, started the day with a 300 game. And Allstott pretty much still at the 100 over mark for the day. Allstott's high game since his opening game, 223. Followed up his 300 with 179, 197, 192. And Allstott back in the positive in game 6 and 7 with 223 and 214. So that's the one thing that's a real kick to the mental game. Throwing a perfect game in qualifying and not using enough of those pins to the plus to get you into the next round of competition, especially with the scoring pace being on the low end like we're seeing here. Ryan Schaefer, see if you agree with where your favorite players ranked in those polls. So with all the players on the same squad and so many players close to the various cuts that are going to be made this round, we do have, obviously, our main cut at 32 players, but then we also have the 3 other cuts, 8th place, 24th place, and the 8th extra 8 player for those PBA60 members that fall outside the top 32. So what we will do is we will end our lane streams. If you're dual screening us or quad boxing us, you'll see your lane streams end as the players finish. And we'll keep the stream alive, but with the rocking music of our Flow Sports bumper, taking you out of the preliminary live streaming day. However, if there is a tie for the 8th, 24th, 32nd, or final extra 8 position, we'll jump back on and bring you that roll-off to break the tie live. If you decide, I'm done with qualifying, I got things to do, don't worry if there's a tie and we have that roll-off. That roll-off will make the archives at FloBowling.com for your viewing pleasure at your convenience shortly after the roll-off would be complete. So final shots of qualifying for these players will let you enjoy the ambient sights, sounds of championship lanes. And we will begin Matrix of Fairness tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time with Cashier's Round. Those bowlers finishing 25th through 32nd. And our extra 8 PBA60 members. For the entire Flow Bowling crew, for Jenna Dereshevsky steering the ship through our bumpy waters the last couple of days, with the weather being a little on the up and down side here in Anderson. I'm Phil Brylow. Remember, parents, $2 Phil says, take the kids bowling because you know they're going to have fun for life. And if there's a roll-off, we'll bring it to you here in the Flow Zone. If not, we'll see you back here tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time for Cashier's Round.